There's only
G'day, you good dunce. Orcris first, Woosah second, what's up, footlong? No ways this Ched streams like 24/7. I mean, 9, 7-ish. About to turn in, what about you? I just woke up. I woke up an hour ago. Mm-hmm. There we go. That's better. It's much better. Fluffy plushie shader. That will be interesting. It's gonna look a little bit like it just needs to look like fabric. Yeah. You must like it here, I presume. I mean, it keeps me focused, that's for sure. What the actual fuck is this? Hmm. Um. I don't know what it says. Okay. It's something to go through there. So I can put it there or something. We can do that. We can do that. Um. Do that. Pop one there. Hmm. Do that. We need there too. This isn't good. Thank you for the follow, you good dunce. This Kari wants you to spend hours playing it. It's a nightmare. You're one of those first timers who require some magic kick in the butt. Went on the jump run. God, no. What? God, no. What up, Woosa? How we doing? What up, Dom? Redeemed comb your hair. Brush my hair. How's that? Like out the door when you're supposed to know everything by then. I mean, yeah, that actually is way better. Good call. Good call. I don't think I'm gonna get this one. That could be it. No, not there. There. Still need to get that one, so we'd have to go there and there. There we are. Jesus Christ, there is so much to this one round. I can't get anything through there. We don't have one hitting there or there. If I go there, that'll get all that. But now we have nothing hitting that one. Yeah, no. Not figuring that out. Not figuring that out. I only do tandems though. Your crap that's like older styles of instructing. But I have heard of the magic kick from older peeps. Magic kick. There's nothing on the internet about it. Magic kick out of the door. Kick in the door. No. There's nothing. There's nothing, sorry to say. I think you've gone insane. Give me 2 seconds. I think you've lost your mind, Footlong. You're making stuff up. Oh, it's skydiving related. Of course, because yeah, they'll like kick you out the door. Yep, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. I get what you're talking about. Yep. All right, so we need to test out this thing being applied to you. That's what we need to do. So we need a uniform Beck for noise. No, the sampler 2D. Create this. Create you. Then we need it. The domain war. I think simplex will be good. And if we make it 1024, 1024, the frequency is something like 0.4 or something. Let's find out. You had disappeared off screen for a few seconds. Correct, because I've got this toggle here that like turns the camera on and off, and I turned it off for a little bit. Yep. That's what we need to do with that noise. I think we need to go Vec for noise texture. So we do that. If I can spell texture correctly. Ooh, thank you for the follow. You are another fantastic Gedunt. I hope you're being amazing. If you don't know what a Gedunt is, it's similar to G'day, which is good day. But Gedunt is a good see you next Tuesday. So feel free when you see friends and stuff or family, say "G'day, you Gedunt," and they'll be like really, "Oh my god, that's so cool! Yeah, I'm a Gedunt." Yep, free English lesson there. So yep. Like a donut, but not a... Yeah, like a donut, but not actually a donut. Yeah. Or like a donut, but not really, I think was the actual quote. Mm-hmm. Like a donut, but not really. So, what we need here... AO. Okay, so do that. No. No! I need it to be part of the ambient occlusion side of things. So. Alright, let's try this. And thank you for the follow too, you fantastic Gidun. Take this, duplicate it, go color map Plushie. This thing here, we want to turn on AO. Yeah, so AO. Generate map, fast noise. What up, bunny? How we doing? Do you think I really remember the quote? I remember I was laughing. That's fair. That's fair. I think they may also be mispronouncing this whole Gedunt thing over here. Debate me, please. I'm not gonna do that. Godot Gedonic. Go good, go how about go you. That's not how you do it, bunny. That's not how you do it. It's Godud, Godow, Godout, Godoo. Godud, Godow, Godout, Godoo. Ah. Try saying that 3 times fast. That's a damn good language. That's damn good language. Almost. Here we go. Now. Get ear. No. Get ear. Get e. Get-o. Bait be baitin'. You don't want your bait to bait. You want your bait to be on the hook so that they can catch fish. Alright? So, why... So I'll put this as like 0.5. You'll notice it comes through like that. What up, Phil? How we doing? So I need a way. I need a way to get this effect. We mix. The color. Alright, so if we take this and we convert it to a shader material. So we have our ambient occlusion texture channel, and light effect. Where are they used? Texture. Sorry, let me just do that. .rgb. And guess who's just got some... Who just scored some exotic extraterrestrial fish now? Not you. So this here... I'll get rid of that. So I want to multiply it by the model. Yeah. Not by the UV. My baby's going to warm some benches now then. You know it. You know it. That adds a little something to it, doesn't it? That looks like a fabric. There we go. New stuff is in the making, you know me. This is true. This is true. Ugh. How can I get... How do we get this? Albedo. Mix albedo with AO noise texture. Damn it. What up, Sammy? Thank you for claiming third. It's about time someone got here. Not even late. I know. Not many people want to win the end of year prize, I guess. It's their loss. What up, Parzival? How we doing? Hang on. What up, Rian? Have you been streaming since I saw you last night? Because that's 12 hours. God damn. Nicely done. I assume you got plenty of work done then. How we doing, Chinny? How we doing, Orchrus and Drip? Reft, g'day, you good dunce. Welcome in all. Rian and Raiders, say hello to Reft. Reft, say hello to Rian and Raiders. Welcome in, y'all. Who's that? It's the Pixel Parliament. Damn right. Gotta love the Pixel Parliament. What up, Moggy? How we doing? Loving the mustache? Thank you. Thank you. It's only gonna get better once I actually start styling it into, like, actual things. Because I really want to get it so that it's, like, down that way. But I just haven't been bothered doing it. Post away, Rian. Post that Steam link. Get it in there. Welcome in. I am trying to figure out how to set up a shader the same way that it is in Blender in Godot. Yeah. Here it is, y'all. Here it is. Fantastic game. Look at that artwork. Oh my god, it's nice. It's nice. Looks real good. I love that face melting effect. That was such a good face melting effect. Oh. It's so good. I like the effect around the cards too. Like different glows and whatnot. Is your goal to use your mustache as a frame for your glasses? No. No. That idea has crossed my mind from time to time though. This game, like, I remember when you were still working on the dragon. Nice. Nice. Winter 2026. Nice. I like it. I like it. Dragon Rider, that's ages ago. So I was working on the Red Dragon. Yeah, exactly. Yep. It is the floating head husky. How's things? How's things? And Reft, what were you working on? Alright, let me catch up. There's so much going on here. Let's see. Ah, yeah, we are in the raid scene. Whoops, my bad. My bad. My bad. Apparently an error occurred while playing the video. I think that's that's like a Linux thing. It's a Linux thing, I think. Trying to finish up this game jam for the Voltacular Jam. Nice. Are you confident you will finish it? Also, Rian, you've been streaming for 12 hours. Get some sleep. Get some food. Take a break. Alright, let's see. Where is it? I think it's coming up. Yeah, actually. Oh no. No! We passed it. There it is. Wait for it. What up, Chief? How we doing? Look at that face melting. See that face melting? Oh. That's so good. So good. So good. Alright, Drip wants us to play some Gamedoll. The animations are so good, they are, aren't they? Those dialogue portraits are old source. Gotta update trailer. Confidence that I'll finish, 100%. Confidence that I'll have everything I want, 60%. Nice. Alright, let's see. I think we've done the daily stuff already. Yep, already done the daily stuff. Let's do some Guess Unlimited. So we always start off with The Walking Dead Season 1 here. Give me a game, chat. Give me a game that's single player between 2013 and 2017. My goal is to get my sloppy VR Vampire Survivors game playable within the next 6 hours. Oof. Oof. The Witness. That's a good guess. It's a good guess. It's not The Witness, but we know that it's not first person or third person now. And we know it's between 2013 and 2015. Yeah. It's not a puzzle game or an indie or a point and click. I'm thinking it's going to be shooter, maybe horror. It could be... No, it's not Project Zomboid, because that's got multiplayer. That's multiplayer. Side view or isometric or rhythm. Would be rhythm. What do we think? Factorio? Does Factorio have multiplayer? It does. Okay, so it's not isometric, but it seems like it is a simulator game. It is a simulator. So I'm thinking side view sim that's single player. Gotta get some lunch. We'll be back because I have to go back to audio writing. Quick look. No worries, Ref. You enjoy your lunch. Enjoy it. Is oxygen not included? Indie. I don't know. Let's find out. It is indie, but we now know that it's a side view single player game made in Unity, and it's a sci-fi survival. Could this be FTL Faster Than Light? No, it can't. What up, Hypnoticris? What up, Hypnoticris? We're looking for a 2015 side view Unity single player sci-fi survival simulator. No, Ref, you can't buy me. I quit. I mean, I've got to go eat a snack and lay on the ground face down for a while. Do it. Do it. This war of mine. Nah. Sheltered. I'm starting to think that this is... No, it wouldn't be that, actually. There's shelter. We got 3 guesses left. Risk of rain 1, survival. Could be. Nah. Nah. So, it needs to be something released in 2015. Fallout Shelter. It's Fallout Shelter. Nicely done, Carcert. Well done. Crushed it. So good. Didn't know that was Unity? Me too. So what we're trying to do today, for everyone that's come in, we're making plushies of our bobbleheads. And I'm trying to get the shader set up so that the shader can, look like this. Now see how that looks like it's a fluffy, like a fuzzy kind of fabric texture. Yeah, it looks like it's fabric. So, what I need to do... Head back to the cafe to get a latte and some Gatorade. Probably back not. If not, have a good stream. Have a good one, Drip. I need to get a coffee on my next ad break too, because my coffee's already gone. So this here is the process where it goes to base color. What up, Wilby? How we doing? G'day, Holy Acorn. How are we? Welcome in, all. What were you working on today, Wilby? We're doing shader stuff. And it's breaking my brain already. Ow. I'm just kneeing things that are under my desk. What up, Pawn? Sounds shady. Sounds shadery. Sounds shadier. Yeah. We're trying to do shade stuff. Exactly. Exactly. See? We're trying to get this kind of fluffy, fuzzy looking texture to happen in Godot. But I think I need to get the projection. I think I need to I need to get like a UV, like the UV projection of it. No, like the model projection. But yeah, like, because the problem I think is that this is the UV map. Like, everything's just referencing a like an image. Everything's just referencing an image. And then, obviously, that's... like, somehow... somehow this shader in Blender is doing it correctly. But I don't know how that's... I'm actually going to try something here. I'm going to try something. Get rid of all that. Thank you both for the follows. Much appreciated. Everyone that follows is a good see you next Tuesday. Also known as a Gedunt. Treating my old asset library as a prototype and refactoring the whole thing from scratch. Simultaneously satisfying and obnoxious. Yep. Fair. Fair. So. Delete that. We got this. Yeah, they don't. It's not working. So it works in Blender, but it doesn't work in Godot. Yeah. Your Rising and matching Godot theme is dope. What distro do you use? I'm using Arch with Hyperland. Yeah. You have to redo it in Godot. The problem is that the way the UV map is, in Godot, you can't get this with the way the UV map is. Unless I do it as like a post. What if... the material overlay for the whole geometry. If material is assigned to this property, it will be rendered on top of any other. Nah, because you see how it still goes across that way. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. I know it's possible because Blender's doing it. I just have no idea how to do it. Pop it off for the night, but no shade. I wish you all the shade. And I wish you all the shade. We don't want that sun glaring in your eyes, waking you up. Enjoy sleep. G'day, Hyper. How we doing? We need... Let's see. Go for... Yeah, we'll just go for shader. So in here, we go shading reference, spatial shaders, mix blend mode. So this is different render modes. Then these are the stencil modes. These are the Godot built-ins. And these are the vertex built-ins. Yeah. How does it look in Blender? It looks like this in Blender. Yeah, so you get up close and you see how like the noise is doing like these different color swirls to it. But when you view it from back here, It just looks like it's fuzzy fabric. Gonna reach some focus off of your work ethic? Impossible. I have no work ethic. So what we could do... We have fragment built in. Size of viewport in pixels. Frag coord. Coordinate of pixel center in screen space. Specifies position in window. Origin is upper left. Z specifies depth. Is also used as the output value of the fragment depth, unless depth is written to. Interesting. Interesting. Ooh, thank you very much, Christoph. Thank you very, very much. I do wish that with PallyGG I could allow people to do it anonymously, but I don't know how. I don't think it's possible. I've looked, cannot find it. Point coord. Point coordinate for drawing points. With point. Okay, no. Model local space to world space transform. Model local space to world space transform for normals. Okay. World space, view space transform. View space to world space transform. View space to clip space. It needs to take in something like these. Like, we need to multiply something by something here. Yeah. Screen UV coordinate of the current for the current pixel. Use sampler 2D. No. What if head off to bed? Have a good sleep, Acorn. I hope your sleep is not riddled with sleep paralysis demons. That would not be a very holy sleep. What if we do screen UV instead? Thank you for the follow. Fantastic Gedunt. So let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. We go uniform, sampler 2D, noise texture. And we go texture, noise texture, screen UV. We go albedo RGB is albedo RGB multiplied by noise texture dot RGB. We go pop. We go pop. Okay, so this will work. This will work. If I go this, if we make unique and we do convert to shader material, open this up. We go uniform sampler 2D, noise texture. Down here we get this. We go multiply by noise text RGB. Noise texture. So we need to... I need to make it smaller. I think we need to also set this to be filter linear bitmap, repeat enabled. Okay. And then I want it to have color. That's kind of doing what I want it to do. Kind of doing what I want it to do. Name is optional in the PowiGG form, so it should be possible to be anonymous. Interesting. There you go. There we go. Let's get rid of the bitmap. If we go... You're nailing them to the cross now. You know it. You know it. Okay. Get rid of the color ramp. Hmm. What up, Danny? How we doing? What's it holding? It's an archer. This is legless tea leaf. Okay, so Lord of the Rings has Legolas. And the full name of Legolas is, where is it? I just want to make sure I get it right. There it is. Legolas Greenleaf. Legolas Greenleaf. So this is legless tea leaf, and you will notice that they have no legs; they just have arrows. Because they're legless and they're an archer. Yeah. I wonder. Where's Barrel Boy? Where the hell is Barrel Boy in this? Got Bald Bobby. There he is. Barrel Boy. Assets. Bobbles. Meshes. We go Barrel Boy Head Plushie. And we get this. We go Body. I'm going to save this. Plushie. What do you think? Does that look like a plushie? What happened to the mech suit? It's charging at the moment. Yeah. It's always charging. No, it's not always charging. I generally wear the mech suit during my nighttime streams. I wear it occasionally during the morning streams, but for my morning streams, I've got like, I gotta wake up, I gotta have breakfast, I gotta set up everything else for stream. Usually I don't have time to also set up my mech suit in the mornings. So, we do have ads coming in though. And I do need to get myself another coffee. I think this is looking okay. I think that's looking okay for the plushie. Work need to be up at 4:30. God damn. God damn. That's the only bad thing about these suits. The only reason I haven't gotten one yet, the poor battery life. Oh, like my thing's battery life goes for like 20 hours non-stop. The only problem is, yeah, there is some time that, like, I do have to charge it at some point. Yeah. Alright, here's some words. I'm gonna go get myself another coffee. Okay? There's the first word for you. You can pick us up at 5:30 a.m. to go to the labs. Alright. BRB, y'all. Enjoy your ad break while I get a coffee. Are you winning, chat? Have you won yet? You're on level 1, so I'm going to say no. True. Reef. Furt. Furt. Fret. No. Don't know. Don't know what that last one was. Nice. Pop off that autopilot. Alright. I think we've got something. It is using screen UV. But if I change it to UV, it obviously breaks and goes weird looking. Yeah. So how can we shader reference? Fragment built-ins. There's the model matrix. There's also the projection matrix. So now let's go Ghetto shaders. Spatial. Let's have a look at a couple. Where is it? Back 4. Vertex. Tiling and offset. Okay. Okay. Because we need the XY. What up, Bup? Do you use the mustache to work out if you fit through doors before you try them? I'm not that tall. So even if my mustache was like a good foot above my head, I'm still easily able to get through doors. I'm only like 5'8". Yeah. I won't worry about that. So the only thing I want to do now... Cubic? No. Alright. What up, Tricky? Also, thank you for the follow. You are officially a good dunce. Let's see. Pop this open. Does that look like a plushie? Does that look like a plushie? Ooh, I need to update more of my stuff. Damn right you do. Not much. Watching From series. It's a good series. I'm enjoying it. I'm waiting for the next episode to come out on Sunday. I think that looks kind of like a plushie. Looks like a very short... Looks like a very short guy in a barrel. Correct, it is. It's Barrel Boy. There's that. And then if we duplicate, we get rid of this. And we quick load. So that one there, that one on the right, that's the bobblehead. That's the bobblehead there. Yeah. This one on the left, that's the plushie. Um, but um, okay. I need to make it smaller. It does look like it's a little bit fuzzy. Like it looks like it's fabric more than anything else. Can you add a texture to make it look more felt though? Sort of looks like this world is matte finished to start with. It is. Like we can do whatever we want with this stuff. So what would you suggest to make it to like have it look more felt through the texture? Because the texture that we're using for the colors is just a texture atlas like this. So I could decrease the specular or increase the specular. Yeah. A noise texture on top could help. There already is a noise texture on top. So we're using this noise texture and we're combining that with the color texture. And that's what's given us that. That's what's given us that fuzz there. If I get rid of that, that just looks like that. Yeah, just looks flat. Yeah. Gotta be stronger. If it goes too strong, so if it goes too strong, then it starts to look really weird. Yeah. Hmm. Stronger looks at least more noticeable. Honestly, like, it's already noticeable because it's darker. Like, if I turn it up, like, there's a difference between it looking more noticeable and looking like it's a fabric as opposed to like a wood. So I don't want it to be so noticeable that when you look at it, it doesn't look like a fabric anymore. I am wondering... Point size does nothing. No, there. Roughness at 0.9. Static screen UV doesn't help. Looks like a glitch. You could generate UV2 for noise layer. That's true. That's true. A UV2. Are we... Unwrap UV2 for light map Neo. The UV2 Pazoo, very good idea. I completely forgot about the UV2. Get rid of that. We go. Now the normal isn't just going to be that, is it? Have to be normal map, right? Oh. Oh. Back, kind of down on myself for not being productive. Hoping the voices behave themselves today. I mean, I don't have voices in my head, but I would imagine that drowning them with alcohol could help. But again, I don't know. I would be interested to know. So people that don't have an internal monologue, I'd be interested to know how many people that have gone insane in the past, if any of them had an internal monologue. You know? What if we do AO? Float and vector 4. The rate for people with is probably much higher. It's not like we can really ask them, though. I don't think they'll give that grade of an answers. That's true. That's true. I try to drown my thoughts in gin. I find my worst ideas know how to swim. That's fair. They're in the walls. They're in the goddamn walls. How we doing, Gaycog? So if I go make unique. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This one here. We go ambient occlusion on UV2 as a noise texture. As normal map. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh my god, Pazoo. You're a genius. That. What up, Knight? You're currently the top Twitcher in the software and game development category. What? How? Did everyone else stop streaming? That doesn't sound right. Whoops, that's my recommended. You have the most viewers. I was gonna say, something isn't right with that statement. Okay, so get rid of that. Aggressive. Seamless. No. Invert. Do anything in 3D space. Doesn't do anything. Bump strength. Okay, so the right bump strength is really going to set this out. So we can do like a bump strength of 1, 2, 4, 8, or 16. I feel 4 is pretty good. Actually, no, because then you get around here. Maybe we go 2. We do that. And then we also go under... It's like, this is as close as people are going to be viewing it. What if I get rid of normalize? Okay. Save this. Over that. Plushie. And what I would need to do... unwrap the UV2. Might need to do my own UV2. Because obviously, like, the barrel is smaller than the arms, but it's taking up the same area as the arms. This spot here doesn't look right. In the light, it looks fine. In the shade, it doesn't. What's lucunarity? Frequency multiplier between subsequent octaves. Increasing this value results in higher octaves, producing noise with finer details and a rougher appearance. Okay. It is kind of working. It is kind of working. Love me some 4-shot lattes. They help me cut down energy drinks. Fair. As long as you only have them one a day. I can't think of reasons to give companies on well-founded for why I'm interested in their roles. So I'm using AI swap instead. You have material with a bunch of colors. How do you do that? Are you referring to this? So you got this texture atlas here. In Blender, if we have a look, we go to UV editing. If I select this face here, so that top one there, you'll notice that it's in this area. If I move that up here to purple, that face is now. Like, so we've got a texture atlas that has multiple colors on it. And we use that for specifying which face is which color. It's a popular method for low poly stuff because you only need like one texture for all of your models, because all of your models use the same color palette. So amplitude. Maximum warp distance from the origin. In 3D space, determines noise, or determines whether the noise image is calculated in 3D space. May result in reduced contrast. The out here is really, really bad. wondering. How can I get a UV2? Oh. I strike water or shadow mesh generate. Because it's too large here. Nurse Lord of Game Dev on Twitch is Godot. Are there any AAA games I would recognize that are developed in this engine? Or is it all Unreal? Not every AAA game is Unreal. There's some that are Unity. A lot of them use in-house engines as well. But a lot of them are migrating to Unreal Engine. And that's not necessarily a good thing that they're migrating to Unreal Engine, because Unreal Engine does add a lot of bloat that most games are never going to use, in my opinion. But for Godot, there's no AAA games made in Godot. Battlefield 6 has a map editor that uses a modified version of the Godot engine. And the biggest success, like the biggest successes off the top of my head for games made in Godot, Slay the Spire 2, that was made in Godot, and Brotato, that was also made in Godot. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So you got the showcase here, you got Brotato that was made. Slay the Spire 2. Those like the big ones. Buckshot Roulette was also Godot. Endoparasitic, Dome Keeper. So none of these are AAA games. They're all like indie games. But yeah, like you can make really top quality games in Godot. Is there? Yeah, the background music is playing. How loud is that background music, by the way? Because I don't hear it that much. Apps and tools. Ah, yeah. RPG in a box. Coming soon. Fist of the Forgotten. Material Maker. Yep. Dungeon Draft. Wow, PVKK. Yep. Planetenverteidigungskanonenkommandant. That's so annoying. Cassette Beasts was pretty popular. Cassette Beasts. I've heard the name. Cassette Beasts. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing this trailer. Yeah. Cassette Beast was yeah, pretty popular. German words be like, yeah, you think English words are long. Jeez. Wait until you get into the German. So yeah, there's no UV2 that we can create in here. Can you shush? I'm trying to concentrate. No! Never! You can modify UV2 by moving light map UVs out of UV2 and into one of the custom vertex fields, which allows you to use UV2 for other purposes like spatial materials. Because I want to customize this. Because that's the bottom of the barrel. That's going to be inside. That's going to be the barrel itself. These will be the parts going around the barrel. Something around here is going to be the arms. These will be the arms, all these pieces here. What I might do... So they are all joined. How do we do it? How do we modify the UV2? It doesn't look like we can modify the UV2. You just deleted it? It was second UV map. No, so... that second UV map doesn't get imported as a UV2. Like if I... let's see. I got a new UV map. We go UV map 2. Select this. Go here. Select all view. We go cube projection. Go. I'm going to test it, but I don't think it's importing it that way. Switch to that. Then you project. Oh, man. So if we do that, let me go over here. Let's go. Re-import. Where's Barrel Boy again? There he is. Light map UV, shadow meshes. Is it? It just says default if I select enable. Dark mode is based for hiding eye floaters. True. Thank might have less bloat than WinUI 3. Are you going to add balls that appear on a random NPC? What? You and I are going to bankrupt DDG clicking that button. It's true. It's true. That's the only thing we aim to do, is to bankrupt. Yep. Is all we aim to do here. If I enable. This is the wrong one. Oh. Let's see. Flipping back and forth between Twitch and Well Found, and I'm dying with how many floaters I can see in light mode. Light mode is the worst. Um, determines the strength of each subsequent layer. That's not what we want. Bump strength. Um, it'll work. I'm sure there's a way to create UV2 for light maps in Blender and export it. I'm trying to test it at the moment. It does look correct. But I'm trying to remember how I altered the thing before. If I have a look at UV2 now. So that's the UV2 that we're seeing now. But that's very different to the UV that we did. If I go view UV1, doesn't have anything, so that's fine. Fractal lacunarity. It looks. No, I need to customize it a bit further. It doesn't. It's not working for me. Ow. Take a break for the ads. This is Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay, it's not Red Dead Redemption 2. Morning, Mike. How we doing? So it's not Red Dead Redemption 2. The hell is this? Okay, so it is Life is Strange. Oh my god, Life is Strange 2, Jesus Christ. There we go. Easy. Let's see, Tipsy. What was that other game that we were playing yesterday? That other word game. It was Wreck. It was Wreck. If only I started my guessing with Wreck and not Tipsy. Okay. Drown. Pouty. Torso. And Brack. I don't know. Craft. Okay, fair enough. There was a game we were playing yesterday. Oh my god. What was it called? Scale word. Scale word. Okay. Hod. Sit. Okay. Gut. Let. Bat. What? Act. Act. Oh, bullshit. Bullshit. Ah. Absolute bullshit. This game is harder than Wordle. Alright? This game is so much harder than Wordle. Because you've only got a certain amount of guesses. And you don't get, like, there's only 3 letters. You can't be like, all right, let's put in this 5-letter word. Okay, one of those letters is correct. No, you got to put in a 3-letter word, which makes it more difficult. Heart, fart, heart, dart, cart. Oh, god damn it. Next level. Craft. Track. No. Trace. There we are. Trace. And then you go, okay, so tracer, okay. Traits. And then craters, okay. E something S. ATS. Rackets. Okay. So there's no K. No K. There's only one R. It has to start with A, right? ATTRECS. Atrex. Athrex. I got no idea. I got no idea what this last word is. Crates with another letter. R does not go in the first two or the last three, so it has to go in the middle. It's not packets, because that doesn't have an R and there's no K in this word. Could end in ELS. It could end in ELS. But that means the first four letters need to be R, A, C, and T. But it can't be TR, it can't be CR, it can't be RA or TA or CA. So we would have to have octals. Atricles. I think it needs to be ECS. I think it needs to be ECS. Good night, Tricky. Unless, yeah, if it ends with ECS, we could do something like... I have no idea. R does not go second last, unfortunately. R doesn't go second last. Can't have A in the third. There is an R. There's one R. There's only one R. Actress. That's a good one. Well done, Pazoo. Ah, I think I know who has the most intelligence in chat. I think I know who has more intelligence than me. It's Pazoo. If only your name was Pazee. And I could have made it rhyme. I need to figure out. I guess we can leave it like that. Because the only other thing we could do is, like, bump that up. I guess we can go with that. The color ramp. I think that works. And I think I need to turn off. Actually, let's turn on back face lighting. Let's see this one here. Doesn't really work, does it? I feel that's too bright. What if I put this there instead? No. .25. There we go. I think that looks... I think when you look at that, you'd be like, yeah, that's a plushie. Like, we turn it up too much, then it starts to look weird. Yeah. Okay. So that there is our plushie material. Get rid of both of those. We now need to have a rigid body. Make scene route. We go plushie. The head. Body. Then we add collision shape. And have this be a box. These are going to be a little bit bigger, actually. So we're going to set up the scaling to be like 1.5. Or 2. Make them 2 times as large. .35. We'll set it as 0.175. Okay, so that's going to be our plushie. Going to interactables. We go plushie. Okay, so I can actually move this up to here. And this one here. Pop it there, get rid of that. And then attach a script. Do I want it to be product? If I make it product, no. We're gonna go plushie. We're gonna have that import, like, it's going to inherit interactable. Okay. So we're going to look at this. And we're also going to go plushie. Do that. Going to do that. But that's not what we're going to do here. What we're going to do, we're going to go mesh, well, actually, no. Mesh 2. Mesh instance 3D. We're going to do mesh. Mesh is item data. Meshes. Mesh to mesh, item data. So we can do that. I think it's a great idea to wear 2 different deodorants. One under each armpit. But that's just my 2 cents. Ah. Nice. Mesh 2 there. Pack state is idle. Hold rotation, -0.2. Hold rotation, we'll see what that does. And I'm gonna have to see how this looks in game. Copy this. Paste there. Idle. Grab interact. Do that. All right. I have so many of these. One day I should integrate them into an app or Twitch. Definitely integrate them into like I just make a website or an API or something. That's all you'd need. So we do this. Okay, that should be everything that I need to do for that. I don't need to do anything else. And then, under here, Bobble Ross, the Slap, the Pac-Man, Fumbletooth, and Electro. Bobble Ross Plushie. So what we need get rid of that. Tweak their hierarchy. So we need Bobble Ross, Electro, Fumbletooth. Get rid of all that. And then we go regular bobbles. There's Electro. All right. Get rid of all this stuff. Clean up the entire blend file. All right, there we go. I think what we need to here. All right. Get rid of them. Assets, bobbles, meshes, plushies. This actually will go Plushie the slap. Plushie Bobble Ross. I need to fix up Bobble Ross's hair too. Maybe. Maybe I like the... Maybe I like the, what do you call it? Maybe I like the color getting lighter as it goes up. Who knows? Who knows? Bumble 2. Bumble Tooth Head. Electro Body. There we are. There we go. I also need to double check. Got to make sure that none of my changes have broken. Make sure that everything's still correct after changing our texture map, our texture atlas. There we are. Roly-poly. There we are. Larry Cable. I need to figure out what I'm going to do about Larry Cable. Because so we assign that. if I... get rid of all this. And assign that to torso. So the reason why I want to change it like that is so that when the animations play, we go walk. And remove. All right, so from there, oops. Stop that. Stop that. If I take all of that and I remove it from there, and I assign it there, so you'll notice how this here, this part here, stays attached to the body, but the rest of it moves with the arm. But if I remove that and I assign that, see how that happens? You don't want that. I'll remove that from there, assign that to there. Yeah. Yeah. That's how we want it. Beautiful. Beautiful. Good stuff. Good stuff. Re-import that. Let's open this up. We need Roily Poily and Larry Cable to be re-imported now to correct them. Larry Cable, Roily Poily. There we go. Larry Cable, there we go. And these materials here. All right. So. All right. Bobble Ross. So this is what we need to do with these UV maps. There we go. So we do that. And the UV map here, we go cube projection. UV map 2. UV map 2. We do that. Whoops. No. So much. I'm officially installing SteamOS on my laptop now. I saw that. I do have to say it's a bit interesting. Why SteamOS? And the reason I ask is because even Steam states that SteamOS should not be considered a replacement for your desktop OS. Pup is asleep, time to try and get some work done. Get that work done. You get that work. No reason? No reason for getting SteamOS? It's a different version of SteamOS. It's Bazite. Okay, so you're not using SteamOS, you're using Bazite. Bazite is not a different version of SteamOS, just to be clear. Bazite is its own distribution. SteamOS is its own distribution. They're both managed separately. Updates at different times. Different packages in the base. All that kind of stuff. There can be that. Cube project. Okay. Cube project. There we go. And then the other thing we want to do use external. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, that's all set up. Good stuff. Now we just got to set up data for it. That was actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. Like, a lot quicker. Now, there is some stuff that I still need to model. Where are we? Bobble bricks container. Bobble costume. Packs. We've got DVD done already. Agria bobbles. Bubblegum pack. I think the game boxes will be fine. We can reuse some other stuff for that. Bubble blowers. And I think video games we can just use DVD case. So there's things there we need to model as well. Easy. Easy. Alright, let's do... Let's do that. Do a game of chess for this ad break. See who's gonna beat us this morning. How fast am I gonna fall below 800 today? Devloop. Devloop, 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 devloop. They're not even playing. Like, thank you for giving me my privilege. Much appreciated. Well, that's boring. Let's see. Uh, Move you there. Then pop you there. You're gonna come down there. I'm gonna push that. Is that what we're doing? Ah, you're just doing that. Is that all? Now you'll come down here. No? Oh. Interesting. Let's see, what if I do... If I come out here? They're gonna go take that. Oh, motherfucker. I wasn't watching the god. Yep. Yep. Alright. Get rid of that pain in the ass. Get rid of you. Wait for you to move off there. Let's see. I've definitely lost this match. Shit. Yeah. I wasn't watching that either. Yeah, now you've got that too. Yep. Yeah, that's... that was a terrible game. Absolute terrible game. Absolutely blundered my queen. Mm-hmm. Do that. Tell you to go away. I mean, we're not having that, are we? Okay. I'm gonna do that anyway. I'm gonna push this. I'm gonna push this. So the dark squares are the squares that I want to stick to. What up, Noimad? Please. Let's just move you there for now. Oh, that's given me space to move. Mm-hmm. Now we just sit here and wait. Gamer is late. Okay, there we go. I can go here. Ah, yep. Another blunder, costing me the game. I'm gonna do that. That's fine. Let's see. What's this one here? Ah, shit. Yep. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that. Come on, stop being chicken. That's right, I can time him out. As long as I keep this pawn. Oh, you fool! You could have already checkmated me. They missed the earlier checkmate. I've got to stop blundering my goddamn pieces. G'day, Simran. How we doing? Why are they always so eager to trade pieces? Like, they never try to get up in pieces. You know what I mean? It's very odd. That's fine. Ah, shit. They can just take that. See what I mean? I gotta stop blundering my freaking pieces. I need to stop doing it. Everything I do is blundering a piece. That's not going to work out for you. That ain't going to work out for you either. I'll bump that. See. I mean, I can just go back here. And then... I'll move you there. Actually, I can't do that. That's not good for you. That's not going to be good for them, I don't think. They've gone back there. If I go there, they take there. I can then take there. They're in too much of an annoying spot. Okay, let me try this. Let me try this. I'm gonna go. Okay, no, that's just blocked it off. I'm gonna go there. You're gonna take that. I'm gonna come out here. Now I'm gonna go this way. Shit. I was timing out. I was always timing out. Fuck's sake. Always timing out. There's a nice person you ever meet. When she plays chess, she turns into an evil troll. Like, I don't know what it is, but like, yesterday, like, if you have a look, I don't know what it is, but for some reason, like, I like have like a really good run where I'm winning most of my games. And then, for some reason, out of nowhere, everyone seems to just all of a sudden become like a 1400 rated player. It doesn't make sense. So it's like I get up to like about 800, and then everyone all of a sudden turns into a 1400 player. So I drop down to like 700, 650, and then I work my way back up to 800, and then everyone's all of a sudden becoming like a 1400 rated player. It's like this doesn't make sense. Let's see. So yeah, those are the things we need to 3D model still. But before we do that, Bobble Ross Plushie. We need to go Bobble Ross. So head is going to be the first one. Plushie Bobble Ross body. Do I have anything in the HUD? Only descriptions. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. What can the price of these be? Like the Bobble Ross plot, like we're only going to have one price. The price for the Bobble Ross plushie will be I'd probably put it at like $20. Then duplicate you, and we go Electro plushie. Retro plushie body. You. It's not going to be that. It's going to be electro. We're going to be item. And we're going to quick load. And the price for you, we'll put it 50. Let me actually just go into the Bobble Ross one again. I do need to change this to be plushie Bobble Ross. Item. Okay. We're also doing Fumbletooth. We're doing a Fumbletooth plushie. Plushie Fumbletooth head. Plushie Fumbletooth body. Actually, I don't need to do anything with those. The Fumbletooth plushie can be, what? Say $45. Then we have the Pac-Man. Plushie, the Pac head. That's incorrect. That should be the Pac-Man head. Pac-Man body. Change you to item. Plushie, the Pac-Man. Now I should get a translation for each of those. Go into here. We'll go plushie. Plushie of whatever, or plushie of whoever. Let's do that. So this one here, we just go plushie. You're going to be $40. The slap plushie will be $35. And then I'll also need to get the Kai Ain't plushie. Kai Ain't will be that'll be a good one for a plushie, actually. Plushie, the slap. Plushie the slap body. Also noticed that that's spelled incorrectly, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, and then I also need to set up that. Yup, no. Pac-Man. I was going to do it this way. And then I'll just get translation of Plushie and put their name in front of it. Because I don't want to have their names translated. Because their names are their names. Full stop. Ross Plushie. Get those two. Oh. Nope. Electro. Bumbletooth. Bumbletooth. The Slap. And the Pac-Man. There's so much data that just needs to be updated these days. Plushie of Bumbletooth. Oh, and then I also need I ain't. And I need to spell pack correctly. Not the Pacac man. I ain't. Alright. That's that data there. I'll need to add the translations for it. That's fine. Where is you? Copy. Copy those. Pop them in here. Okay, UV map to VMap. Okay, this one here. Do cube project. Okay. That, fix that up. Actually, I'll leave that as it is, because that's going to work well with our gradient. Here, cube project. Okay. Actually, the other thing we need to do here, material. There we are. Assets. Plushies. Kai ain't. And they're using the same exported. Perfect. It's so easy to get stuff set up at the moment. This is the good part where you've got all the code done. And you're setting up data for the game now. Adding something in is like 2 seconds. Well, not 2 seconds, but yeah. A lot easier than it used to be. And you can be 25. Actually, we'll make you 40. And we'll go to, I think it was Bumbletooth that was 40. You're 45. Oh, he was 45. The Pac-Man. Pac-Man can be 25. The Slap can be 30. 20, 25, 30, and then 40, 45, 50. Yeah, perfect. Deliveries. Deliveries are next. Let's go. Bobble Ross Plushie 3. Is that right? Like 3. 3 or 6? I think 3. 3 and 6. Because these are both being scaled by 2. Ross. Bobble Ross. Required level for this one can be 10. And the unlock cost can be $100. Plushie Bobble Ross. Quick load. Bobble Ross Plushie. Category item. We duplicate that to 6. 3. That's going to be another interesting piece. In the UI, how do I indicate? See, actually, that's what I could do. Might need to update the UI, but that would be a better idea. I'm going to have to update the UI, but I'll do that later. Won't worry about that right now. These ones here, I'm just wondering, the delivery layout for the small box. It's going to be one there. One there. It's going to be 3 there. I am going to want them laid flat. Six. For medium. 3, 2, 1. Alright, duplicate this. Electro. You know what the difficult thing about a puzzle game is? Trying to come up with a way to have the puzzles always like always progressing. So you start off with like in The Witness, you start off with just basic line puzzles, and then they start to go into, you know, you've got to implement, like you got to make sure that you have this type of shape in there, or you know, you've got to look at the shadow to get the right path, or what to avoid, or you have to look at it from a certain angle with the light reflecting on it to get the scratch that you can fill out. And it's like it's all the same base puzzle of drawing a line through the puzzle. So I'm trying to figure out how to do something like that for my puzzle game. Except my puzzle game's going to have different types of puzzles. So it's going to have different types of puzzles. How do I make sure that those puzzles are progressive and relate back to one another?
Ookly dookly ookly wookly pookly ookly dookly hazaruvid foos timon.
Yuck. Just that entire sentence, just yuck. What up, random hoagie? I love the mystical floating head. Everyone loves the mystical floating head. You know why? Because I'm the best head on Twitch. And everyone loves a little head. I'm the little head that everyone loves. True story. True story. Actually. Yeah, it's extra plushie. Cool. Tooth plushie. Lay flat. Beautiful. I felt that yuck and it went straight to my heart. Negative 10 HP. Well. Sounds like a you problem. Or 20. This one here will now be... I ain't. Well, we view as 25. My view is 30. View is 30. View is 35. You're 30. You're 25. 20 and 15. Yep. Cool. Still have space for them. So difficult to type. Why do we need so many different numbers and letters? Why can't we just have A and 1? Make things so much easier. That's all we need. All we need. $3.90 or something like that. Locate for the Pac-Man plushie. $20, and you will be $175. The Pac-Man. Damn it. I think my new time frame for releasing this game is June 24th. Because if I can release this thing on the start, on like my second streamversary, that would be sweet. That'd be hilarious. $75 and $175 is $350. We got like $330. I ain't. I can drop that down a bit further, actually. Because yours was 200. So I can probably drop you down to like 380. And the slap. This is our last plushie data that we need to configure. Unlock level 15. $133. Update the take range, the stocked columns and rows. That'll be interesting. Stocked column and rows. How can we... medium 6. 3 small. Okay. Okay, what up, boy? Have you heard of Beyond the Dark? I've heard of words that can put all of that together, you know? Like, you can put those words together, and I know the words individually. That's what I'm trying to say. This free Steam game kept crashing on launch. Ah, yeah, I saw this. Yeah. Yeah. This is why you don't get free games on Steam. You know the saying that free is not necessarily free? Like, if something's free, you're paying with it in other ways. Yeah. Beyond the Dark was injected with malware, but fortunately, eagle-eyed players cottoned on that it was suspicious, resulting in its removal. But I love free games from Steam. Well, you're gonna fall into these traps. Because what better way to catch people than with something that's free? And if you charge, like, the reason why they don't charge people for these games is because if they do and people refund the game, you've then got to give the money back. And then it also escalates it to I think it escalates the potential crime that it is. Yeah. I think they either hacked their account or they sold their account or whatever. Released on Steam in December 2024. However, back then it had a different name, Rodent Race. Different marketing materials and, well, different gameplay altogether. It's got a bit of Phasmophobia vibe to it, which I'm sure would appeal to anyone looking for something spooky to play with pals. While it's apparently the best part of 18 months old, the reality is that Beyond the Dark only came into existence a couple of weeks ago. Yep. Everything changed. Looking at its SteamDB update history, we can see Beyond the Dark gradually superseded Rodent Race over a short period, starting on May 4. Everything from the top to bottom was changed. Steam games are initially reviewed before they accepted onto the store. However, as we've seen with previous malware games such as Chemia and Pirate FI, two high-profile games that have caught the FBI's attention, bad actors begin injecting malignant code after they've gotten past the doorman. Yep. So I think what Steam can do... Hello, Physical. How we doing? I think what Steam can do to combat this is... You can see how they've changed basically everything. They've changed the screenshots. They've changed the name of the game. They've changed the... like the actual executable, stuff like that. I think what Steam could do, we're talking about AI scam games on Steam. We're talking about Beyond the Dark. What Steam could do is, as soon, like, if an executable is completely changed, or if a game name is changed, like if it's a completely new executable that doesn't match anything of the previous, and we know Steam will be able to detect this, because when you upload a game to Steam, Steam chunks it up into smaller blocks. And it will tell you how much of the game is to be updated when someone downloads the update. So Steam can go, okay, well, previously it was a gig. Now it's 1.2 gig, and the player has to download 1.1 gig of this 1.2 gig executable. Clearly, they've completely changed the entire game. It's completely changed. So I think once it hits those kinds of thresholds, they should go, all right, you've changed the name of the game. We're going to double check. We're not allowing this to go out until we validate it. Okay, you've changed the entire executable. We're going to double check before we allow this to go out. Yeah. So there are things Steam can put in there. Because it is true that once you update, once you've got a game uploaded to Steam, you can make changes to your executable and such 50 times a day and release it without Steam rechecking it. What was it? It was, yeah, you can see here. You can see here, if we open this up, you see right here. See that? It's saying that what you're downloading is going from what it was down to nothing. So the entire build has been changed. Like the entire thing's been changed. So, yeah. Ads in progress. There are things that can be done about it. It's just a matter of updating policy to implement those changes. Seems defeatable. Yeah. It's very defeatable. It just needs a change in process on Steam side of things. And I think it's a reasonable change. Like, I wouldn't be upset at... I wouldn't be upset at needing to update that executable. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's see. They're going to pop you back there. Move that there to defend those. You don't think I can move that? Look at that. Let's see. Now, if I do that, you're going to come straight down there, I assume. Oh, no. Interesting. Thank you. Alright, fair enough. My sub notification didn't show up? No, it did. I see it. I see it. That's a good amount of time there, Sammy. That's a real good amount of time right there. Well done. I like it. So I was distracted with stuff. That's all. Yeah. Much appreciated, Sammy. Thank you for the Prime. We like Prime around here. If you have a Prime sub, use it somewhere. You don't have to use it here, but you must use it. you've got it. May as well support people with it. You're proposing for them to check updates with more notorious changes close to that of malware. They don't even check updates. Yeah, that's my suggestion. My suggestion is if you're changing the name of the game, Steam should recheck to make sure that name change matches what's in the executable when you start up the game. Yeah. If you're changing the executable completely, or if you're changing 80% or more of the executable, then you should, Steam should recheck the executable and make sure it's not malicious before it's allowed to be published. All I gotta say about this is never sell Bobble Shop Sim to Russian hackers. I'm not in control of that. Like, I put it up for sale on Steam. If they buy it off there, I can't really do anything about it. If Russian hackers approach me and say, hey, we want to buy Bobble Shop Sim off you for $20 million, I'll be like, sure thing, I'll take that. And then I'll put out an announcement being like, hey, so these people have bought the game off me for $20 million. Just FYI, if anything malicious happens, just know that it's them. What's a Plushie shader? A Plushie shader is this. Let's open... Plushie Kaya. So you can see how we've got like the texture looking a bit like what do you call it? Looking a bit like a cloth thing. Yeah. So if we go here. Go, where's Plushie? Drop Plushie in here. We go, save that. There you go. See? See how it looks like it's a material sort of thing? It's like a texture that's overlaid over the plushies. It's not a texture. So... like, we were doing it through a shader solution, but then we discovered that we could create a UV2, a UV map 2, and then in the ambient occlusion, on the UV2, we apply a noise texture. And that noise texture, you can see how we've got this color ramp here. It was this. Like, that was the noise texture. Yeah, you see how it looks there. It looks a bit weird. Yeah, and then we like change the noise texture here. So we were doing it as a shader. But then we figured, like, thanks to help from people in chat, Pazoo mainly, we got the UV2 set up with the noise texture, and now it looks like a fuzzy plushie instead of where are we? Get rid of that. Actually, let's grab Bobble. Actually, no, I'll delete that. So yeah, it looks like a fuzzy plushie instead of a wood-based bobblehead. Because the bobblehead version there we go. So this one here, you can see how it's like, it's got this like grain in the color to make it look like a wood that's been stained a specific color. What up, David? How we doing? And if we quick load, I think it's this one. I think this is Barrel Boy. You see how Barrel Boy's got these lines in their head to make it look like wood. Down here, they've got the lines in there so it looks like wood. And it's a much more, like, it's not, that doesn't look like a texture. You notice it more when they're side by side, but yeah. What's this thing you're creating? Plushies. Which we've actually got plushies done. I'm setting up the data now so that they can be purchased in-game. So this here, we've got all that set up. Max per vis is 2. We want 30-15. The Pac-Man plushie, we need to change this. Max per vis is 2. 1 to 2. And then Kai 8. Quantity 3. Oh, hang on. That's the wrong one. My bad. So that take range and max per visit, that allows me to, when a customer goes to take something off the shelf, each item data will go, how many is this person allowed to take? All right, they can take this many. Like, so we generate a range between the min and the max that they're allowed to take at any one time. And then the customer goes, how many of this do I already have? And am I already over the limit? Or am I at the limit of how many I can take? And then it adjusts how many it's taken off the shelf based on how many it's already holding. And then that stops an NPC from going up to the shelf and taking the entire shelf of like 5 different displays. Because that's not happening. Thank you for the follow too, much appreciated. Much appreciated. Fumble. Electro. Let me figure out their stock positions as well. And Bobble Ross. So what about the shader are you working on? Or are you moving on to something else? So we're setting up the data so that these things that we've applied the shader material stuff to can be purchased in-game. So yeah, this is basically a result of having completed the shader. You can actually be like 180. Yeah, perfect. All right. Now we set this stuff up. Did you delete your Discord server? I can't find it anywhere. Yes. Yes, we are now 100% on Stoat. We're now 100% over on Stoat. That's decorations. Merch. Required level is 13 for you. Required level is 8 for you. Okay, let's duplicate you. Let's go. Bobble Ross Plushie. Three and 6. The next one's going to be 15. So duplicate you, and we go bold trailblaze. To be honest, well, I mean, everyone was like, "Oh my god, Discord! Everyone's going to leave Discord if they do this." And then Discord went, "All right, we won't do it yet. We will do it later in the year." And then everyone just kind of shut up about it and stopped thinking about it. It's like, no, they're still doing it. They haven't stopped doing it. Plus, also, like all of the ads and pop-ups and shit on Discord now. Like, you open up Discord and you've got like a pop-up in the top right corner, a pop-up in the bottom left corner, a pop-up being like, "Hey, do you want to buy Nitro?" It's like, oh, how about you fuck off? No, I don't want to buy Nitro. I had Nitro, and then I decided I'm not going to buy Nitro anymore because I don't like you. Go away. So yeah, the enshittification is real. Enshittification is real. These mugs are... Oh, your required level is 8. You should be up here. Autoflow is also 8. You should both be up there. Alright. This here, we then do... I think it's Fumbletooth and Kai Ain't. Or is it... Kai Ain't first? Well, that came out of nowhere. Discord also uses a suspicious amount of PC resources and internet. This is true. Nitro is a lot of money. I wouldn't mind getting back every year. Curious to see how Stoat goes for you. I mean, it's going fine so far. Like, we've got, like, it doesn't bother me if people move over to Stoat. Like, do what you want to do. I'm not going to force people to use any server. It's just there as, like, you know, if people want to like share stuff in the community or talk about things that are going on or stuff like that. Or if I get to a point where I set up a server for a game that I really enjoy playing and I want to have like some form of multiplayer within the community there where people can jump on the same server and play, then I'll set that up. But yeah. Can't do that without one of those servers. I'm there for announcements for the if I feel like it non-streams. I mean, we've got a competition going on in the artwork side of things. So all the details for our competition, for our art competition, are in the Stoat server under the announcement channel. Yeah. You do win a Steam key. Yep. Money just went kaput. Yeah. What levels? Kayak stuff. It's 25. Then there's Bumbletooth Plushie. Just 30. And then Electro Plushie. Bam, bam, bam. It's 35. Perfect. That's all that added in. Let me just double check something here. Yeah, we'll do that. All right. Sweet. Plushies added. Good stuff. We'll do some modeling for these. Like, a lot of this is just going to be like different rectangles and stuff. Different rectangles and squares. I'll need to get their UVs set up. I guess we'll also do what? Oh, what are they? Bobble stand and case box. Bubble blowers box. Bubblegum pack. Agria bobbles. So this here, the Agria bobbles, the reason why it ends with an EZ is because it's a play on Pez. Agria bobbles. It's Z instead of S. So that way we'll have like a candy dispenser that has like the Agria bobble head. And like it'll dispense candy. Yeah. But it doesn't actually dispense candy, it just looks. Yeah. Yeah. And if Pez try to tell me that I'm not allowed to do that, I'll be like, hey, tell me where it dispenses the candy and how it infringes. And if they're like, it does it this way, I'd be like, really? My game doesn't have it dispense candy. I say that this dispenses candy from the base, and you like push down on the head, and that pushes it out the bottom. Yeah. Functions differently. It just doesn't function in the game. So. Having fun skirting that IP infringement line right there. It's fun times. Fun times. What are we gonna do? 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 Oh, I'm so glad we learned about that UV2 stuff. If you're still here, Pazoo, thank you very much for that. That was a lifesaver. If it wasn't for that, I'd still be trying to figure out how to do that goddamn shader. I swear. Absolutely amazing. Such a legend. Yeah. We'll get those things done tonight, I think. Do those tonight. And then I just need to do the modeling of these boxes, and it's gonna be mostly UV unwrapping stuff. Like, do the UV unwrapping, get like a UV layout sort of thing, so I know which face is where. And then that'll help us with the texturing side of things. Which I'm gonna have to copy that, pop that down here. Board game art. I mean, these probably won't need a texture, if I'm being honest. Those will probably just use a material that copies the color map. Can you wrap? Not well. Not well. But you should see how my presents come out. When I try to wrap presents, it's a nightmare. It is a nightmare. I have no idea how people get them so cleanly wrapped. Ridiculous. Yeah, we'll get these things done tonight, and then tomorrow we'll start doing the animations. Hopefully have those finished by the end of tomorrow. What's wrapping? It's so wrapping with a W is that's what Vanilla Ice and Eminem do. It's white people rapping. And rapping without the W, that's what like Snoop Dogg and that do. Rapping, not being a white person. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to make it funny and not just be like, oh, well, that's the art of wrapping a present in wrapping paper. And, that's boring. No one wants to hear that. No one at all wants to hear that. Alright. Alright, we're not starting on that stuff now. Not starting on that stuff now. We'll start on that stuff later. Later tonight, we will get that done. We're going to say Jitspo. I'm getting things done too quickly now. I'm struggling to like have enough to do per stream. I've got to try and plan things out a bit. Because yeah, this will probably, these here will probably take us like half a stream, maybe a bit longer. I can make that. I can make that take 4 hours. I can make that take 4 hours. That's fine. That's easy. That's easy done. Child's play. And then these textures are gonna take me like weeks. Good night, Hyper. I'll see you all in 5.5 hours when we come back to do the last of the modeling for the game. Yeah. And I'm talking about actual proper modeling, not like Zoolander modeling. I can't do that. I don't have the face or the lips for it. Yeah. Toodles, you good dunce.